Presented by Honda. The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Get there fast. Leave even faster.
Welcome to Rogers Center. Once again, the roof is closed and the Atlanta Braves are in town. The Atlanta Braves are meeting for the first time since 2015 when they split 6 games in a pair of 3-game series. Braves went 2-1 here at Rogers Center while the Blue Jays took 2 games down in Atlanta. Brian Snitker in his first full season as the skipper of the Atlanta Braves. And this is the lineup that he has put together for tonight's game. The Braves won 2 of 3 against Miami down in Florida. Number 3 hitter Freddie Freeman, his career against the Blue Jays been impressive, and he's hot right now. Freeman batting .344 for the season, and he has hit well against the Blue Jays throughout his career. Everybody knows about Nick Markakis. He started his career with the Baltimore Orioles. He too is hot right now, batting .344, and he's always been a tough out for the Blue Jays.
They will face Mike Bolsinger, making his second start as a Blue Jay tonight. He was acquired last August 1st from the Los Angeles Dodgers in exchange for Jesse Chavez. Last time out, it took him 92 pitches in his debut. That's his highest total this season. He allowed 4 walks. That was a problem that Mike had against the Indians. He worked 5 2/3 innings, had 4 walks through 92 pitches. That 5 2/3 innings matched his longest outing from last season. He has not gone longer since July of 2015 when he was with the Dodgers, through 7 innings against the Atlanta Braves. So he will get the start tonight against Atlanta.
The Blue Jays have won 6 of 7 on this homestand. They've won 5 straight, inching closer to that 500 mark. Bolsinger set. Here's the first pitch to Inciarte. It's up and away for a ball, and we are underway. Ender Inciarte batting .253 for the season. Very good player. He won a Gold Glove last year, his first season with the Atlanta Braves. He spent 2 years with the Diamondbacks.
I remember seeing him with the Philadelphia Phillies in spring training a few years ago. Thought he was a pretty decent player, but then they shipped him out to Arizona, and then Atlanta just stole him from the Diamondbacks last year.
Goes after that pitch up and away. He actually signed with Arizona. Philadelphia took him in a Rule 5 draft in December of 2012, and then he decided he wasn't going to make their team, so they sent him back to Arizona on April 4th of 2013. He came here in part of that big Shelby Miller trade that included the shortstop Dansby Swanson.
He leads the team with 12 multi-hit games this year. He's a tough out.
That's a curveball, and it's going to slice into the seats out of play.
You mentioned that was a curveball. That's Mike Bolsinger's best pitch right there. That's what separates him when they were looking for somebody to bring up from the minor leagues after the injury to Francisco Liriano. They said, well, Bolsinger's got some major league time. He's had success at the major league level, and he's got a big league curveball. That's a good pitch for him.
1-2. Strike 3 call. Looking for something other than that fastball, and Bolsinger gets his first strikeout of the night, 1 away. Defensively, the Blue Jays lost one of their left fielders, Steve Pearce, yesterday. He's placed on the disabled list, so they're kind of thin for position players. Carrera's in left, Pilar's in center, and Bautista is in right field. Chris Congo makes his 13th start at third base. Goins and Travis up the middle. Smoke at first, his 32nd start. Mike Ullman back behind the plate for Bolsinger.
Mike Ullman was behind the plate for his second major league start tonight. He was behind the plate in Bolsinger's first big league start his last time, so John Gibbons wants to go back with him. He got him into that 6th inning. He does a really good job behind the plate. Very still, very quiet, presents a great target for the pitcher.
Bolsinger made 2 starts in AAA Buffalo. He appeared in 4 games, and Bolsinger threw to Mike Ullman on the 21st of April, one of those 2 starts, so he is familiar with what he's dealing with tonight. Brandon Phillips fouls that one into the seat. Phillips batting .282 for the season. Brandon's now 35 years old. He was drafted originally by the Montreal Expos in 1999, a second-round pick. He grew up in Georgia, Woodstock, Georgia.
His first year with Atlanta, trying to bring some veteran leadership to all the young players that the Braves have.
0-2, check swing, fouled it off.
They have a young player named Ozzie Albies who's going to be coming up soon. I don't know if it's going to be this year. He's always been the youngest player in his spot in the minor leagues at every level. He is a good one. I think Brandon Phillips is going to be their second baseman until that kid's ready.
Another 0-2 pitch, curveball, and that hit him. Brandon Phillips, a veteran that he is, just hung in there against that breaking ball. So that'll bring to the plate Freddie Freeman. Freeman, a very good young player. Freeman now just 27 years old, but he has been in the big leagues for 8 years. On base percentage around baseball, you look at the top. Bryce Harper is tearing it up for the Nationals.
That's insane. 461's an insane on base percentage, and these are sluggers. All three of these guys are sluggers and run producers. Freddie Freeman really stayed healthy last year and just took off last year. As a big league hitter, I had a chance to talk to him in spring training this year when he was playing for Team Canada in the WBC, and I said, Freddie, what's up? What happened to you that you were able to take that next step? He said, you know what, I'm hitting the ball all over the place. I can hit the ball to left field if I need to.
Ground ball. Coghlan goes to second for one, and that's all they'll get. Coghlan in the shift. The third baseman made the play. They get the lead runner, Phillips, at second. And now there are 2 outs.
Blue Jays are going to incorporate the shift. They keep the middle the same and put Coghlan in the shift position, and he gives Goins a nice little feed. Surprised that they used the shift. If you look at the spray chart for Freddie Freeman, hits the ball all over the place. I'm surprised that they were using the shift against him.
Yeah, and you mentioned what he said himself, using the whole field. Here is Matt Kemp, and this is one of the toughest middle of the orders in all of baseball, with Freeman, Kemp, and Markakis batting 3, 4, and 5. Only the Washington Nationals with Harper, Zimmerman, and Murphy have a more potent 3, 4, and 5 middle of the order than the Braves. There's a base hit on a breaking ball. Freeman's making a turn. He's going to challenge Carrera, and that ball is just airmailed nowhere. Boy, they got a break right there. That throw from Coghlan hit Kemp as he was sliding in, and the Blue Jays were throwing it all over the lot right there.
Well, there was no chance really for Ezekiel Carrera to throw the runner out at third base. Freddie Freeman got a head of steam going on that base hit, and with 2 outs, he's going to run right on the crack of the bat. Carrera's going away from third base, no chance to get him. So he airmails it over Goins, and thank goodness Coghlan was there, and then he almost throws the ball away. If it wasn't for the slide of Kemp, that ball's into right field. So he just needs to pick the ball up, give him third base, throw the ball back into the infield, and keep that runner at first base.
It'll be a single for Kemp. He goes to second on the throw, and now this is Nick Markakis. We mentioned Markakis with his great run against the Blue Jays as a member of the Baltimore Orioles. Now he's hitting .302. Over his last 16 games, he's been hot. .344 average over those 16 games.
Just a solid player. Uses the whole field.
Well, we told you this middle of the order was as tough as anybody except the Nationals. The Nationals have those great hitters in the 3, 4, and 5 spot, and Atlanta's right behind them. Markakis in this ballpark, a .305 hitter. This is his 81st game. Of course, he played for the Orioles. That's who he signed with. Freeman's at third, Kemp's at second. Markakis has been pretty clutch for the Braves so far. Good block by Ullman.
He has got that snapping curveball. Again, that's his best pitch. So if you're Mike Holman, you got to anticipate that ball going to be in the dirt. So you throw your body in front of it. He's 6'5", Mike Holman, so he's a big target. A lot of body to block that ball.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The Braves threatening here in the first. Up the middle. Freeman's coming in to score. Here comes Kemp right behind him. The throw from Pilar is cut off, and the Braves have taken a 2-0 lead.
That's why you just throw the ball in, and it's 1 run instead of 2. No chance to get Freeman, and that bad throw by Carrera allowed Kemp to get into scoring position, and now they're both going to score on this curveball from Bolsinger. And that middle of the lineup does it again as Nick Markakis, who's always loved to hit against the Blue Jays, especially in this ballpark, sends it right back through the middle. And instead of 1 run scoring, it's going to be 2 as that ball's going to be cut off by Justin Smoak, and the Braves grab the lead.
Just got to play fundamentally sound, and Kemp should have been at first, and Markakis' single would have led to just 1, but now it's 2-0 Atlanta. Tyler Flowers, he's swinging the bat well right now, batting .353. So don't let the Braves' 13-21 record fool you. They've got some good bats in their lineup.
Yes, and it started last year when they acquired Matt Kemp. Oh, right around the trade deadline last season. He was a little bit more protection for that man right there, Freddie Freeman. And they ended up finishing the season winning 20 of their last 30 ball games. They went 20-10. A lot of it had to do with the good hitting that they produced.
Well, Freddie Freeman certainly has become a star player, and when he's healthy, he can hit with anybody. Ball and a strike to the catcher, Tyler Flowers. He went too far. 1-2 now.
In Mike Bolsinger's first start against Cleveland in the first inning, he threw 16 pitches. 15 of them were strikes.
High breaking ball, and he's lucky to get that one back.
Yeah, he's thrown 23 pitches now, 16 strikes, 7 balls, and having trouble locating that curveball to finish off some of these at-bats.
Such an important pitch for him, and he's got a pretty good feel for it, so he should be able to make the adjustment. Well, the Blue Jays have gotten great pitching on this homestand. It's the 41st meeting between these two ball clubs. It's in the air. Shallow center. Goins, the shortstop, going out. He is there, and that ends the inning. But the Atlanta Braves scored 2 runs in the top half of the first. 2 runs on 2 hits. Nick Markakis continues to deliver. about that throw. Obviously, if he goes to second base, the Blue Jays probably would be down just 1-0. But Atlanta with a 2-run lead. Let's take a look at the lineup. Blue Jays playing good ball on this homestand. They've won 5 in a row in 7 of their last 8. Ezequiel Carrera, he's doing it with the bat on this homestand. He's hitting 400. He's had a double, a home run, and 3 RBIs. And then down in that 6th spot, Devin Travis. Look at his numbers in interleague play. 337 average, 9 extra base hits, and 11 RBIs. So hopefully he will continue to swing the bat well. He's got 5 doubles on this homestand.
They will face the ageless wonder in Bartolo Colon, 1-4 with a 722 earned run average this year. He's set for his 8th start with the Braves, 517th appearance, 508th start of his career. He signed as a free agent with the Braves back in November. He became the 11th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to start for 9 different teams. The record is 12 by Mike Morgan.
Mike Morgan, who spent some time with the Blue Jays, one of those 12 teams he played for. Well, here's Kevin Pillar. He was the hero of the game yesterday. Had a walk-off home run. Hits this one in the air. Shallow right field. Markakis coming in. 1 up, 1 down. Colon is a fly ball pitcher. He's going to have a lot of balls in the air tonight here at Rogers Center. Matt Kemp is in left. Ender Inciarte is in center. Nick Markakis always had a strong arm. He's in right field. Adonis Garcia is the 3rd baseman. Swanson and Peterson up the middle. Freddie Freeman is the 1st baseman. And Tyler Flowers makes his 20th start behind the plate.
Well, you mentioned that Colon's a fly ball pitcher. You better have a Gold Glover in center field. Ender Inciarte is that. Just 4 errors last year, 14 outfield assists. He won his first Gold Glove as an outfielder. He's checking his scouting report on Ezequiel Carrera. He is a good outfielder. He can really throw and run.
Ball on the strike to Ezequiel Carrera. Carrera batting .327 for the season. 2 doubles, a triple, 3 homers. Bartolo Colon, he's 1-4 this season with a 722 earned run average. That's the highest earned run average for a qualified pitcher in the majors. And by qualified, that means a pitcher that has thrown at least 1 inning for every team game. There are 97 qualified pitchers. Bartolo Colon has the highest ERA.
Yeah, no secret what he likes to do. Just try and paint with that fastball around the strike zone.
And he gets Carrera looking at inside fastball. It's always had a lot of movement. It doesn't have the same velocity he had when he won a Cy Young Award.
Yeah, it was 95 plus when he was a younger player, but now it's averages about 88, but you're going to get it 84% of the time, and they've hit it for 311 average this season. He's throwing more changeups this year than he did last year, almost twice as many changeups. Every now and then you'll get a slider from him, but basically it's that comeback fastball.
Just 87 miles an hour, and he jumps ahead of Jose Bautista. That might have been a changeup there, just 81 miles an hour. Bautista looks at the end of his bat. He cued it right off the end of that bat.
Yeah, he's throwing about 10% of the time he's using that changeup this year just to get him off the fastball. So when you just mix it up, mix speeds, and he's always had impeccable command with that pitch.
That's in the air. Shallow left field. Kemp coming in. He gets there, and Colon has a clean inning in the first. 10 pitches for Colon. That's been his MO for a long time.
Buck alluded to earlier, Kevin Pillar set his sights on taking his game to the next level, particularly on offense. So after he was medically cleared following thumb surgery, Pillar told me that he picked up the phone and called hitting coach Brooke Jacoby, who happened to live some 15 minutes away from his LA home. The two men agreed to meet 3 to 4 times a week until the start of camp and began formulating a plan, a new approach at the plate. Pillar said from his own research, he knew he was hitting the ball hard, but he was also making soft outs. And when, due to scheduling, the two couldn't get together, Pillar would send Jacoby videos of himself hitting over email. Pillar said in the offseason, everyone's able to work with someone, whether it be a personal trainer or other MLB players, but to get one-on-one time with a guy who has watched every one of his at-bats over 2 seasons, who knows him, who knows how he likes to work, and knows what makes him tick, Buck, he says now that is invaluable.
Certainly paid off for Kevin Pillar. He came into camp with a lot of confidence, and he had a clear plan in his mind. He didn't have a lot of different thought process. He just knew what he needed to do, and he put it into play. That's the second batter Bolsinger has hit. Adonis Garcia, the third baseman, will go to first base. Bolsinger hit Brandon Phillips with 1 out in the first.
That led to a run for the Braves. He was taken out on a force out, but that runner ended up coming around to score. He hit Phillips with a curveball. That looked like a fastball that just ran inside. Two-seamer. Garcia just gets nicked on the elbow.
Second baseman Jace Peterson making his 6th start at second. Very versatile guy. They can use him all over the place, and he makes the start tonight. The benefit of playing in an American League ballpark, Brandon Phillips can DH.
That's right. You can get some of those regulars off their feet and still keep their bat in the lineup. Jace Peterson just took a long look down at Ron Washington, the third base coach.
That was a hold designed by DeMarlo Hale, the bench coach for the Blue Jays, just to see if Garcia at first would get a little bit anxious.
I think he saw what we saw. We saw that the batter took a long look at Ron Washington. Maybe that something was up for the Braves. So the Blue Jays put the hold on, and now they throw over to first base.
Ron Washington, longtime third base coach for Oakland. Of course, he was a manager of the Texas Rangers, and DeMarlo Hale knows Wash very well.
Yeah, he had his eye on Wash over there at third base. Going through his signs. Now 1-1 out. If they want to do something, they might do something here. Everybody's trying to communicate through signs. Catcher's trying to get a sign. The hitter's trying to get a sign.
You know, we think signs are complicated. Sometimes it can be just one touch in one particular area, and that might be the hit and run. Everybody has different signs. Everybody tries to utilize different sets of signs.
There's hot spots on the third base coach that if he touches it, that means something's up.
My favorite third base coach of all times was Dave Garcia of the Indians. He gave signs so fast you couldn't even see where he was touching, and he had a different sign for every player on his team.
Yeah, so he had to remember all of those things.
2-2 to Peterson. There goes Garcia. Throw from Ullman is short and bounces, and now it's going to get away from Travis, and Garcia will go to third. That ball bounced before it got to Goins. He couldn't knock it down, and then it got past Travis into the outfield, so it'll be a stolen base and an error on the catcher, Ullman.
Looked like the Braves put a sign on probably hit and run because Garcia does not have a stolen base attempt this year. Hit and run. Infielders have to hold their position, and when the throw gets by Goins, there's really nobody there to back it up as he deflects it past Devin Travis, and the error will move the runner up to third base. It'll also move the infield in.
One out. This is Dansby Swanson. That was on the strikeout. Swanson batting in the 9th spot. He's the shortstop. We mentioned he was acquired in a trade from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Swanson was the Diamondbacks' first round pick in 2015 out of Vanderbilt University.
He was 1-1, wasn't he? First round, first pick. And a year later, he's with the Atlanta Braves. Told you that they got him for Shelby Miller, along with Ender Inciarte and another pitcher who's now in the minor leagues by the name of Blair. He's having his struggles here. He got up last year for a little bit and came 1 at-bat short of qualifying for Rookie of the Year last year. So he keeps his Rookie of the Year status this year. So up to a little bit of a tough start.
Bouncing ball foul. By all accounts, Swanson's handling that rough start very well. He's just 23 years old, and to compound the situation, he's a native of Kennesaw, Georgia. He's a hometown guy playing for the Atlanta Braves. Last year in 38 games, he had 302. So he got off to a good start, but it's a little different story for him this year. But they all say he's working hard, staying positive, and still contributing however he can. Drives this one into the outfield. Tagging at third is Garcia. Here he comes. A throw from Pillar's a good one, and they got him. Oh no, he's waved safe. Umpire at home plate had great position. Quinn Wolcott, you can't argue with his positioning. He was right on top of the plate. Pillar made a very good throw, but Garcia slipped his hand underneath.
That's what it looked like, the throw up the line just a little bit, and it's a high tag. If he could have got the tag down on the plate as Pillar comes in and delivers a strike to the plate, but it's a high tag up around the shoulder area, and it looks like from there that Garcia might have got his hand in there.
Well, they're going to have a look at it for sure. Paul Emmel is the third base umpire. Now the Blue Jays have decided to wave it off. So another run for the Braves. They have a 3-0 lead for Swanson. That's his 10th RBI. Here's a great look at it.
Watch where the tag is. If he could get down quick enough and get it down before that hand touches the plate, if he can get it down to the plate, I think he blocks him off. But it's a high tag, and the Braves have another run.
All you got to do as a catcher right there is go down on your knee, block the path to the plate. He's already into his slide, so he's had a target under those new rules, and it's just the catchers now, they don't know how to make that play.
You can do that, quote, block the plate once you have the ball.
Absolutely.
Mike gave him a lane to slide. He caught the ball, but when he went back to tag, just couldn't get that glove down fast enough.
You can completely actually sit on home plate once you have the ball there, and then you eliminate any space for the runner to slide his hand between your legs. (3-0) Atlanta. Leadoff man Ender Inciarte with a 3-1 count, 2 outs. Garcia got hit by a pitch to start this inning. Ball 4. A 2-out walk.
Buy 6 cans of Beauty Tone paint and get the 7th free. Available exclusively at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Beauty Tone, Canada's color experts.
Well, you can see the trainer, assistant trainer Mike Frostad is out with the manager John Gibbons, and Bosinger's kind of shaking his head as if to say nothing is wrong. And the bullpen on a high alert to begin with as you take a look at this last pitch.
Bolsinger was shaking his hand a couple of batters ago last inning, and right there he does the same thing. maybe there's a cramp or something going on in his hand. John Gibbons came out to take a look at him. Mike says he's okay.
We saw that with Ryan Weber on Saturday. He was starting for the Mariners. He started to shake that arm around, and he left and was placed on a DL with a biceps injury. This ball is hit to center, not deep. Pilar waits on it, and the inning is over. But the Braves take advantage of a hit batter, get a sac fly, and they have a 3-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the second.
And then at Rogers Center, the Friday night 6-game pack includes all 4 Friday Fan Festivals presented by Bacardi. For the details, visit bluejays.com/gamepacks. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. There's another good crowd on hand here tonight. First of 2 games. It's a 2-2 4-game series, home and home, if you will. Blue Jays will play Wednesday and Thursday in Atlanta. Kendrys Morales sitting .333 over his last 7 games. He's hit a lot against Bartolo Colon. He's got 20 at-bats, 4 hits in those 20 at-bats, including a home run.
You know, 10 years ago, you couldn't say this about Bartolo Colon because he was so good. He's a 4-time All-Star. He's a Cy Young Award winner back in 2005. But if you're facing him now, I think as a hitter, think batting practice. That's about what you're getting. You're getting a lot of fastballs. He's going to move it around the strike zone. He's going to change speeds with the fastball. Think BP and don't try and overcommit and do too much with the baseball.
Bartolo Colon made his debut April 4th in 1997. And you can see he was a young man.
That's his picture from Kinston when he was an A-ball with the Cleveland Indians. This is the lineup, and note the date, April 4th, 1997. That's the same date that Turner Field opened up. April 4th, 1997, the team he pitches for. He's outlasted a stadium of the Atlanta Braves. He's still pitching. Turner Field is gone.
This is his 508th career start. To expand on that a bit, since his first start to today, there have been 3,273 players begin and end their career from that time. They came in after he made his first start. They're done. 3,273 players.
And he still keeps going.
He's still marching on.
Keeps rolling along. He's now up over 3,200 innings in his career. Obviously, the active leader in innings pitched.
He's the active leader in innings pitched and active leader in wins. He has the second most wins for a Dominican-born pitcher, second to the Hall of Famer Juan Marichal. He doesn't mess around. He's always been a very quick worker. I guess you don't have to think much when you only throw a fastball.
Fastball, comeback fastball. He likes to do that against the lefties, and there it is.
That's a fair ball down the right field line, and a fan reaches over and grabs it. So Smoke will end up at second. First base runner for the Blue Jays. For Smokey, that's his 6th double of the season.
One of those patented comeback two-seam fastballs that Colon likes to use against lefties. Try to get them off guard. It's over the middle of the plate, and Smoke doubles to right field. The slow-mo, the super slow-mo, brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV. So the Blue Jays have their first runner of the night.
Devin Travis, we mentioned his impressive interleague numbers. He has hit .337 in interleague play, including 9 extra base hits. It's this ball to center. Inciarte is not going to get it. Smoke's around third. He's going to score as Travis hits yet another double. For Travis, that's his 6th double on this homestand. And Smoke scores the first Blue Jays run.
John Gibbons was talking about Devin Travis after the ball game yesterday when Devin hit a couple of doubles. He said he's starting to drive the ball again. Got off to a slow start this year. His timing's coming around. He's starting to drive the ball. It's another two-seam fastball by Colon. It's over the middle of the plate. It's out where Devin can handle it also. He's got the full extension through. So he's got some power. His timing's starting to come back. They backed him off the plate now. Instead of getting jammed, he's catching that ball on the big part of the baseball bat, and he's hitting extra base hits.
Ryan Goins goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. Goins has had a good homestand. He has 8 hits, including a home run and 4 ribbies. Devin Travis picks up his 7th RBI.
That's a good sign to see him starting to hit the ball over the outfielders' heads. He was getting jammed a lot, hitting a lot of ground balls.
Colon making his 8th start. He has given up 8 home runs in his first 7 starts. Hitters have hit .301 against Colon. In his last start against Houston, he gave up 3 home runs.
They're hitting everybody right now. Houston's hitting everybody. That's understandable.
A ball and 2 strikes to Ryan Goins. Goins batting 7th tonight. Mike Oldman is on deck. Goins hits it in the air to right. Inciarte, the center fielder, comes over. He makes the catch, and Travis will hold at second. So there are 2 away.
You're going to get a fastball. I think everybody knows it. He's got one of the highest fastball strike percentage in the game. So go up there looking for fastball. Tell you, that was a treat when we were showing his home run that he hit last year early on. Tell you, that's one of the best bat flips that we've seen. He took it all the way down to first base.
Just kind of tossed it aside. He probably forgot he had it.
Well, he's used to walking back to the dugout with it, but he hit his first big league home run last season, almost a year ago.
Here is the catcher, Mike Oldman. Oldman 0 for 3. He's making just his 2nd start of the season. But in AAA, Oldman had some power. 7 home runs, 3 doubles. This might be a good matchup for him.
Yes, he's got some power. In fact, that's what turned the Blue Jays on in spring training.
Oldman down in Buffalo had 69 at bats. Hit 246. There's a rare slider from Colon.
He's got impeccable control. When he was younger, it was 95 plus. Here it is with a hard breaking ball. Now, since he has basically reinvented himself, he can paint that outside corner time after time after time against those right-handers.
Hot shot right to the third baseman Garcia. Holman hit it hard, but the Blue Jays are down, but they get a run. Back-to-back doubles by Smoke and Travis. Atlanta with a 3-1 lead.
The first 20,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays cowboy hat. You'll also enjoy a pregame performance by Southtown at the WestJet flight deck. Join us for an afternoon of baseball with a country twist. For tickets, y'all, visit BlueJays.com. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. That'd be a nice event. Make sure you check it out. Get your tickets and come out for that country day here at Rogers Center. 3-1 Atlanta. This is the first baseman, Freddie Freeman. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored the first run of the ball game back in the first. Freeman, Kemp, and Markakis, and we talked how potent this middle of the order is, and they produced the first 2 runs on the 2-run single by Markakis.
Fielder's choice to Freeman, single by Kemp, single by Markakis. It's a tougher middle of the lineup than the Braves had last year. You could pitch around Freddie Freeman before they got Matt Kemp. He had 18 intentional walks last year, second most in Major League Baseball.
Curveball is lifted in the air to left. Rivers there, 1 away.
This 4K broadcast is brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
Rogers Center on a Monday night. The Braves will be here tomorrow afternoon. It's a 4 o'clock start. Pregame show at 3:30 with Jamie and Greg. So make a note of that. Matt Kemp gets another base hit. Goes after the first pitch and hits it through the right side. A 1-out single for Kemp. He's 2 for 2. He had his hit streak stopped yesterday at 13 games. But he has reached base now in 19 straight games.
Not wasting any time against Mike Bolsinger. These guys were teammates with the Dodgers organization. Kemp, that's why you can't walk Freddie Freeman anymore, because of his bat behind him.
Nick Markakis, a 2-run single in the first. For Markakis, he has now driven in 67 runs against the Blue Jays. Spent 9 seasons with the Orioles. He was a #1 pick of the Orioles in 2003. Markakis, a 2-time Gold Glover.
Boy, he was a great outfielder when he was with Baltimore. Lots of outfield assists.
At 17 in 2008. Has 103 career outfield assists. He's a good player. He never really developed the kind of power that you would expect, but he's a terrific hitter and a very consistent hitter. This is his 12th season. One hop, nice stab by Travis. Oh, what a double play. Devin Travis takes a hit away from Markakis. Another sharply hit ball to his right. He goes down and makes a nice backhanded stop. Once he gets it in his glove, it's academic. Over to Goins, back to Smokin, inning-ending double play. Good work up the middle. Blue Jays, but last year he did something he had never done before.
He strolled to the plate and hit this pitch off of James Shields. And we were talking about the bat flip earlier. There it is. Just drop it right when you're out at first base. That's a major league record. Become the oldest player to hit his first career home run last May the 7th against San Diego. 3 weeks shy of his 43rd birthday. As he makes his way around, and the clock will finally stop at 30 seconds when he touches home plate.
A trip around the bases. That's a home run trot if I've ever seen one. A terrific teammate. Everybody that's ever played with him brags about it. What a great guy he is. He's always there to help his teammates out. Chris Coghlan batting 9th. Coghlan playing at third, making his 13th start at third base tonight. Took a little something off of that and threw a strike, just 83 miles an hour.
Change speeds with the fastball.
Goes over that one.
Just a little bit harder. He reinvented himself, Buck. He was out of baseball in 2010. Didn't pitch at all. And he was pitching in the Dominican Winter Leagues, and his manager was Tony Pena, and he was impressed with what he saw from Colon. And Tony called the Yankees and said, "You got to give this guy a chance."
That's popped up right near home plate. Tyler Flowers has the mask off and makes the catch in foul territory.
Well, the Yankees signed him. He made the team. out of spring training, put him in the bullpen, and he has just pitched now. It's 2017 now. His last 4 starts, he's been hit pretty hard this season to a 375 average. But you know him, he's going to just keep battling you and keep battling you. If he keeps the ball down and he keeps it on the corners, he can still be fine. Note the earned run average of 955. That was against Houston, the New York Mets, at Milwaukee, which is a launching pad itself.
Kevin Pillar takes a strike. Pillar flied out to right field, his first at bat. Sharply hit, but foul.
But you've seen that over the years, haven't you? Guys who you think they're finished, their career is done, and all of a sudden they just come back, and the next thing you know, they play 4, 5, 6, 7 more years.
Jamie Moyer.
Perfect example.
Jamie Moyer really didn't blossom until later on in his career. Colon pitched for Montreal in 2002. He made 17 starts. That was after that trade from Cleveland. And he went 10-4 while pitching for the Expos with a very good ERA of 3.31.
One of the guys that he was traded for is now a teammate.
Swanson from the hole. Tough play for Freeman, and what a nice play at first. Freddie Freeman gave ground. He knew he was going to get a tough hop, so he played it in foul territory and kept his foot on the base.
You know, everybody that we talked with today from Atlanta says Dansby Swanson is not taking his at-bats into the field. He is still fielding at shortstop. Great play by the shortstop. Even better play on the back end by Freddie Freeman. Backs up and keeps that right foot on the bag to record the out. They've got a couple of franchise players, I think, to build this organization around, and there they are. Throw in Matt Kemp, who's an outstanding player, in Ciarte. But you've got young, controllable players.
Swanson's 23. Freddie Freeman is 27, and this is Freeman's 8th season in the big leagues.
And he's signed to what, 2021, something like that?
Ciarte in center is just 26 years old, and he's already won a Gold Glove.
So they've got some pieces to start the rebuild.
Ezequiel Carrera called out on strikes his first time up. Three and 0. Bautista is next. All 4. A 2-out walk to Carrera, and that'll bring Bautista to the plate. But first, let's check in with Jamie Kemp. My, oh my, another injury. Unfortunate.
Cleveland has 4 hits tonight and 7 runs. That was a Chris Archer start.
5 walks for Archer.
There you go. It's usually errors or walks, isn't it, when you've got low hit totals and a lot of runs?
Bautista takes a strike. It's 1-1. Little slider, just enough wrinkle to take it on the outside corner.
And slower too. Jose's having trouble timing up that slower pitch.
Atlanta with a 3-1 lead. Blue Jays trying to extend their win streak to 6 straight. Ryan Snitker, the manager. Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach, on Snitker's left. Bautista with a base hit to right. Well, you mentioned it, Pat. Act like it's BP. Don't try to do too much.
Yeah, and take what they give you. You know, as a right-handed batter, you're going to get a lot of those fastballs and those comeback fastballs on the outside part of the plate. Don't try and pull it, or you'll be rolling over it all night long. Stay with it like Jose does. Take what they give you and just shoot the ball the other way. There's a gigantic hole on the right side of the infield. If they're going to pitch you away, hit it that way.
2-1 for Kendrys Morales. Oh, he got a good pitch to hit. Popped it in the air. And Ciarte, the center fielder, waits for it, and that'll do it. So Morales is out on the fly ball to center. The Blue Jays leave a pair. Will go to the fourth. Atlanta with a 3-1 lead.
Tomorrow's early start, Tuesday, May 16th. Blue Jays baseball underway at 4:07 p.m. Eastern. Series finale between the Braves and the Blue Jays here at Rogers Center. For tickets, as always, visit BlueJays.com.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Tomorrow's pitching matchup. Jaime Garcia against Marco Estrada. Then these two teams will go down to Georgia. And Joe Biagini will open up against Mike Foltynewicz, and Marcus Stroman will go up against Julio Teheran.
And we get our first look at SunTrust Stadium, Field. I don't even know what they call it right now. I know it's SunTrust something. Their new ballpark. It's supposed to be spectacular.
Yeah, all reports have been outstanding, and just like the old ballparks in Atlanta, they say the ball really flies down there.
Remember the old launching pad? The launching pad?
Turner Field.
Atlanta Fulton County Stadium.
Yeah.
And then Turner Field was more of a pitcher's ballpark.
Exactly.
SunTrust Field, I'm going to call it. Am I close?
I'm not sure. I think it might be Park. This ball is pulled foul. The interesting thing is, and people forget that Atlanta's at elevation. It's a higher ballpark than a lot of the ballparks, and the ballpark is built near Windy Hill Road.
And the wind blows out to right field, from what I understand.
Kevin Seitzer doesn't mind that. He's the hitting coach. Off the end of the bat, that's going to get down for a hit for Tyler Flowers, the catcher.
The all-new 2017 CR-V. With revamped cargo space, it's the biggest fan yet. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Leadoff single by the catcher Tyler Flowers, and now this is Adonis Garcia. Got hit by a pitch his first time up, came around to score. Scored the third Braves run. Garcia is 32 years old. He was originally signed out of Cuba by the Yankees back in 2012. The Yankees released him on April 1st, 2015, and the Braves jumped all over him. They signed him just 6 days later. And he's now in his third season with the Braves. Goes after that high breaking ball. Ron Washington in his first season with the Atlanta Braves, longtime coach in Oakland, manager of the Texas Rangers, one of the real good guys in the game, and a terrific coach. He was a fine manager, and he's now coaching third base, and he's as good as anybody at working with infielders.
It looked like he was trying to give that ball to somebody, but nobody to give it to.
Ground ball. Coghlan with a dive goes to second for one. Nice play at third by Chris Coghlan. They get the lead runner.
That was a nice play by the second baseman and the third baseman, by Coghlan and Devin Travis. One hop smash to his left. He catches it, and his throw, you can see him in the picture. 1, 2 steps and a dive. He catches it. He can't get up to throw it, so the throw is offline just a little bit, and Travis slows things down, says, you know what, I'm not going to turn two, but I'm going to make the catch. I'm going to keep my foot on the base and get that lead runner.
Keeps the double play in order. Coghlan with his 13th start at third. Devin made a terrific play last inning to start the double play off the bat of Nick Markakis. Two and 0. In case you're just joining us, the Blue Jays have placed Steve Pearce on the disabled list with a calf injury. MRI identified a calf strain, and he's going to be on the shelf for a while.
Brought up another pitcher today.
That hit Peterson. He'll go to first. That's the third Brave that Bolsinger has hit in this game.
I think the Blue Jays feel something is wrong with Mike Bolsinger tonight. He has hit 3 batters, like you said. Breaking ball right off the foot of Peterson. Remember, John Gibbons went out there earlier after he was shaking his hand like something was bothering him in his arm or his hand.
Pete Walker out to talk to Bolsinger. It's a 3-1 Atlanta lead. Bolsinger hit Garcia to lead off the second. He came around to score without benefit of a hit. He stole second, went to third on the air by the catcher, and scored on the sac fly.
Hit batter in the first inning. Phillips led to a couple of runs also.
Dansby Swanson, he had the sac fly to center in the second. Blue Jays turned to double play to end the third inning. Inside, Scott Carson has been looking up the hit batter numbers. There have been 3 hit batters by Bolsinger, and that ties the franchise record going back to 1977 for hit batters in a single game. Mark Burley hit 3 in October of 2015. That was the most recent occurrence. There have been 7 other pitchers that have hit 3 batters in the same game. Now Bolsinger joins that group. He's number 8. The king of all stats back to work. Scott Carson.
Where did he find that? Need a pitch right here. Get the ball on the ground.
It's on the ground, but it's down the right field line. Garcia's around third. He's going to score. Bautista's throw to second is a great one. Oh my, what a throw. Bautista's arm is back. That's his 4th outfield assist, and it was a 1-hop strike.
You know, the Atlanta Braves are going to want to look at this one, but I don't think it's going to matter. He was out. You could see that from up here. Now Swanson's going to come off the field. What a play by Jose Bautista in right field. First of all, fields it flawlessly off the wall, spins 360 and fires a strike to Goins. And Ryan is right there to pick it on the short hop, and then just like in yesterday's game, slap that glove down there quickly and make a tag and get a very important out at second base.
Bautista's arm is getting stronger with every game. He has really thrown the ball well all season long. He is now tied with Nori Aoki of the Astros for the lead in the American League with 4 outfield assists.
He had to get it there quickly, and he had to be accurate. You could see how close it was. Just a great play.
Conklin in foul ground. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning, but the Braves get another run. 4-1 Atlanta. Justin Smoak has a double already. He scored the Blue Jays run. Devin Travis drove him in with a double of his own, and then Ryan Goins. Blue Jays need to figure something out against Bartolo Colon.
SunTrust Park.
Thank you very much, Jamie Campbell. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's Justin Smoak leading things off. Smoak hit a double down the right field line his first time up. He came in to score on the Travis double right behind him. Smoak homered yesterday in the 6th inning, a low line drive that just cleared the fence in left center. That came as a right-handed hitter. Gets this one back to Colon. One thing Colon has always been able to do is field his position. 1 out. Beauty Tone, Canada's color experts, available exclusively at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Bottom of the fourth, Buck Martinez along with Pat Tabler and Hazel May. Blue Jays trailing Atlanta 4-1. Devin Travis connected for his 11th double in his first at bat. That drove in Justin Smoke. Travis has 6 doubles on this homestand.
He is just starting to hit the ball with a little bit more authority, getting solid wood on the ball. Before, I told you that he was getting a little bit too closer to the plate and pitchers were throwing inside. He just couldn't get the head out. He was getting jammed and hitting a lot of weak ground balls. Now he's starting to drive the ball to right center field. We've seen a couple of doubles go that way. We've seen a double over the center fielder's head tonight. We've seen one to left center.
Boy, Colon just floats that ball in there at 83 miles an hour.
Now
you got to
this
have
one,
a lot of confidence in yourself to throw it like that.
It's a BP fastball. Now this one might be a little bit harder, maybe 85 or 86.
Ground ball. Swanson from the hole unloads in a hurry, and it gets away. Swanson knew he had to make a quick throw, and Travis is going to end up at second. That could be an infield hit and an error. It was going to take an exceptional play by the shortstop, but Travis will end up at second. The error will be charged to Swanson. That's his 6th error.
He's got quick feet and he's got a pretty good arm. I thought he had time though, Buck, to backhand, set, and throw overhand. I think if he catches the ball, throws overhand, he'll have time, but that throw sails, and Freddie Freeman can't help him on this one. Plant the right foot right here, come right over the top. But he hurries it, and he'll be charged, you're right, with that 6th error.
It's an infield hit and an error as Travis is 2 for 2. Ryan Goins got a peck away at Colon. Goins flied out to center field his first time up. Drives this ball to center, and Inciarte got back in a hurry. Makes a nice play of it. 2 away. Colon pitching like he's in a rocking chair. Just goes out there and flips it up there, adds a little, takes a little off, moves it in, moves it out. No urgency in his approach by any means. As we mentioned, he's been doing this for a long time.
20th big league season. Yes, he has been doing it a long time. He's got a high strike percentage, one of the highest in baseballs, and he does it with fastballs. So as a hitter, be ready to swing, but I don't think you want to try and overswing against Bartolo.
Mike Ullman grounded out sharply to the 3rd baseman back in the 2nd. Takes a good cut. That was a center cut fastball that he fouled back. Colon will turn 44 years old on the 24th of May. That's got a chance to get down, and it will for Ullman. An RBI single, his first big league hit. Way to go, Mike.
Toss that ball out. Toss it out. Bartolo Colon's got it. They just told him that's his first big league hit. And there goes the baseball.
How about that? His first big league hit came against Bartolo Colon. And he drives in a run. You can smile, Mike. Way to go. A 2-out single. Cuts the lead in half. Now it's a 4-2 ball game, and this is Chris Coghlan. Coghlan popped out to the catcher in the third inning.
He has had 4, now 5 at bats against Cologne, so he knows a lot of fastballs from Cologne. And with the runner at first base, I'm surprised that Freeman's holding him on. I thought they would play behind the runner to try and cut down some distance there on the right side of the infield. Coghlan catches one of these fastballs. He can pull one through that hole, keep the inning going.
Changeup off the plate outside. He'd like to get Kevin Pillar to the plate in this inning with a couple aboard.
The way he's been swinging at bats.
Hit in the air to left. Matt Kemp coming in. And he makes the catch that ends the inning. But the Blue Jays get another run thanks to Mike Ullman's first big league hit, an RBI single with 2 outs. It's 4-2 as we head to the 5th. Now time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell with Greg Zahn from the Samsung Broadcast Studio.
Of the NHL's Western Conference Final between the Anaheim Ducks and the Nashville Predators. The Ducks, with a 5-3 win yesterday, have tied this series up at 1 game apiece. Catch the action at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific time on CBC and Sportsnet. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel May. We move to the 5th. Atlanta with a 4-2 lead. Mike Bolsinger to Brandon Phillips, delivers a strike.
You know, we were talking about Cologne being traded from Cleveland to the Montreal Expos. This is one of the players that the Indians got for Bartolo Colon. Brandon Phillips was in that big trade back in June of 2002. Both of them still playing. Brandon Phillips, Grady Sizemore, Lee Stevens, Cliff Lee. Yeah, that Cliff Lee came from Montreal for Bartolo Colon.
Along with Tim Drew.
Tim Drew was in
the
that.
Third Drew ball player. JD, Steven, and Tim.
And both of them still in the big leagues. Both of them still producing.
J.P. Howell has grabbed the ball. He's loosening up for the Blue Jays as Bolsinger works here in the 5th. Brandon Phillips, one of 3 Braves batters hit by a pitch tonight. That is a franchise record for a pitcher hitting 3 batters in the same game. Bolsinger becomes the 8th Blue Jays pitcher to hit 3 batters in the same game. Much better breaking ball there, down and away, 1 away here in the 5th.
Super Slow-Mo Cam. Brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
Mike Bolsinger gave up 2 runs in the first, a run in the second, another in the fourth. Blue Jays have scored in the second and the fourth. Freddie Freeman. Freeman played for Team Canada in this past WBC in honor of his late mother, who was from Southern Ontario, and Freeman said, I just wanted to play for Canada to honor my mother. She passed away when he was 10, and I thought that was quite a tribute.
What a young, a wonderful young man. Got a chance to know him. He is going to like hitting at SunTrust Park in Atlanta because it's shorter in right field than it was at Turner Field, and the wind blows out in right field.
He's just a good player. Very good first baseman, as we've seen already tonight, and can really swing it from their farm system. So with 2 outs, Matt Kemp will come to the plate. Kemp is 2 for 2 so far. Mentioned Kemp had his 13-game hit streak snapped yesterday, but he reached base. Now he has reached in 19 straight games. Well, he's on that breaking ball pretty good.
He doesn't waste any time either. Singled his first time up, and then singled on his second time up on his first pitch. He's got that average up to 333.
Kemp is now 32 years old. He first came to the Dodgers as a 21-year-old in 2006. His best season came while playing for the Dodgers in 2011. He led the National League in runs scored, home runs, and RBIs. He was an all-star, finished second in the MVP voting, won a Gold Glove and a Silver Slugger Award.
Doesn't run like he used to, but he could really run when he first came up.
Goes after that breaking ball. Kemp had 35 steals in 2008, 34 in 2009, and in that great year in 2011, he capped it off with a career-high 40. He just missed 1 home run from being a 40-40 guy.
It was a great pickup by Atlanta last year. Stick him in that cleanup spot.
Tapped foul. Matt Kemp came to Atlanta from the San Diego Padres in a trade for the Cuban infielder Hector Olivera. That was in July of last season. He originally went from the Dodgers to San Diego with Tim Fedorovich, the backup catcher. A trade that included Yasmani Grandal, who is catching for the Dodgers now. 2-2. Jays trying to erase this 2-run deficit. Mike Bolsinger making his second start of the season for the Jays. Every time we see Bolsinger shake that right arm, you'd think maybe something's wrong, but it looked like he's just frustrated by overthrowing that breaking ball.
Blue Jays thought so early on after he threw a pitch. Shook his arm like that, brought John Gibbons out.
Saw Markakis waiting on deck. Another breaking ball, and Kemp's all over it. Hits it to the wall in left field. Carrera will play it back in, and Matt Kemp is 3 for 3. Boy, he is a good breaking ball hitter.
Really balances out this lineup. You've got a left-handed hitter, Freddie Freeman, in front of him. Nick Markakis, a lefty behind him. And some power production right in the middle. Breaking ball on the inner half. Kemp stays back on this one. Hits it hard to left field. Carrera concedes the double, gets the ball back in.
Kemp's average up to 340. Nick Markakis is 1 for 2. Big run for the Blue Jays to Strand out there at second. Top of the order for the Jays will hit in the bottom of the fifth. Pilar, Carrera, and Bautista. Ground ball. Goins can't knock it down. Here comes Kemp around third, and Pilar will have no throw. Nick Markakis, a 3 RBI night. We told you the middle of this order is tough.
All with 2 outs, nobody on. Kemp with a 2-strike double to left field. And then Markakis gets another pitch to his liking, sends it back through the middle. Goins does everything he can to try and knock this ball down and keep it in the infield so that run doesn't score. And the Braves come up with a clutch 2-out RBI.
Pete Walker checking on the status of the bullpen. J.P. Howell was throwing earlier. Foul tip. Tyler Flowers, the catcher, singled his last time up.
He's a big guy. He's got some power. Just 1 home run this year. He's got some power.
Flowers was originally drafted by the Braves. He was drafted by the Braves in the 27th round, 2004, and then redrafted again the next year in the 33rd round out of Chipola Junior College. If you've heard that name before, that's where Russell Martin and Jose Bautista played college baseball. Then Flowers went to the White Sox for 7 years. This is his 2nd year back in the Atlanta organization. Braves have scored 5 runs on 7 hits. Bartolo Colon looks like he's ready to go back out there already. Got his glove ready. He said, come on, I want to pitch some more.
Wouldn't tell that he's going to be 44 in another 9 days or so.
And Flowers takes ball 4. So Bolsinger has walked 2 and he's hit 3 batters. And Pete Walker is going to come out of the dugout. Adonis Garcia is the batter, right-handed hitting third baseman.
He is just missing with some of those pitches and that breaking ball. At times he'll put it in a good spot. It's been a little bit inconsistent tonight.
Bolsinger had one of his best starts of his big league career against Atlanta back in July of 2015. 7 innings, he allowed just 1 unearned run on 3 hits. That's while pitching for the Dodgers.
He has not gone longer than that start back in July of 2015. There's a good breaking ball.
Garcia's been on base twice. He reached, being hit by a pitch in the 2nd, came around to score. And he reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th and came around to score. Two. Another breaking ball too far for Garcia to chase. All of this started with 2 outs and nobody on. Matt Kemp picked up his third hit, a double down into the left field corner. And Nick Markakis drove him home with his second hit. Markakis has 3 RBIs in the game. And Flowers walked. Two and two now. 93 pitches for Bolsinger.
He'll be trying to get him through this inning. Probably his last batter.
That's bounced away. Markakis thought about going to third, but stays put at second. So now the runners from first and second will be off on the pitch.
Another ball in the dirt. Another breaking ball. Nice block by Ullman. So from 0-2 to 3-2, there's a lefty on deck and a lefty in the pen. So this is probably Bolsinger's last batter.
With 2 outs, the runners will be moving on the pitch. There they go. Ground ball up the middle. Goins can't knock it down. Markakis is around third. He's going to score. Another ground ball base hit up the middle for Garcia, his first hit of the night. And it is now 6-2 Atlanta. And there's the manager, John Gibbons, making the call to the bullpen. Adonis Garcia has been on base all 3 times he's come to the plate. He's scored a pair of runs, and now he has an RBI. So Atlanta has a 6-2 lead. J.P. Howe coming into the game, taking over for Mike Bolsinger. With MasterCard, Canada's #1 rated travel rewards card. Enjoying those comfy green chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are guests from one of TD's community partners. Welcome to the ballpark, and that's a pretty good vantage point. New pitcher into the ball game is the lefty J.P. Howe. Now facing Jace Peterson.
JP last work in that Cleveland series back on Tuesday. Just 7 games this year. He spent some time on the disabled list earlier this year. He's 1-1 in just 3 innings this year. Veteran's been in this kind of situation before.
Short hop by Goins. It's short, and Peterson's retired. Howe gets his man. That ends the 5th. But the Braves add 2 more for Bartolo Colon. They now have a 6-2 lead. against the Toronto Blue Jays, and he had his highest strikeout number against the Jays back on the 29th of 1998. Right here at Rogers Center, and he was matched up against Roger Clemens, so he had to bring his A game, and he did.
Boy, did he ever. The Jays are one of 9 teams that he has double-digit career wins against. He's 10-6, and in this game he had 14 punch-outs. Some of the big names in Blue Jay history: Shannon Stewart, Sean Green, Delgado, Tony Fernandez, World Series hero Ed Sprague on that list as Kevin Pillar opens up the 5th inning with his first hit.
Jose Canseco was on that team as well. For the Indians, it was a terrific lineup they featured. Kenny Lofton, Omar Vizquel, David Justice, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, Brian Giles, Sandy Alomar Jr., Travis Fryman, and David Bell. It's a real good ball club they had.
Weren't they coming off the World Series that year?
I believe they were. That was a terrific ball club they had put together. Well, Kevin Pillar continues to swing a hot bat. He's now 1-4-3. Blue Jays are down by 4. They got to string something together against Cologne.
Just like Pillar did right there. Take what they gives you. Fastball away, just slap it the other way. You need some base runners.
Ezequiel Carrera. Carrera has struck out and walked. We mentioned Cologne has surrendered 8 home runs so far this season, and the Blue Jays have been pounding out the homers this month of May. Blue Jays have 21 home runs over the 13 games this month. It's tied for the most in the majors with the Houston Astros. Ground ball. Peterson knocks it down, gets to his feet just in time. Nice play at second by Jace Peterson.
Peterson is playing with Brandon Phillips, the regular second baseman, DHing tonight, but he makes like a Gold Glove second baseman like Brandon Phillips is. That was a tricky little play. Didn't even think about trying to get Pillar. It's an in-between hop, concentrates, smothers that. And the impressive part was how quickly he got to his feet. Was able to transfer the ball and make a good strong throw over to Freeman to record the out.
Peterson has made starts at second, third, short, and left field. He is their Ben Zobrist, if you will. Good player.
That was a good play. That ball trickles through. Now you're talking with the big boys coming up, getting right back into this game with one swing.
Jose Bautista singled his last time up.
Cologne trying to go 5 innings, and that would qualify him for a win. You mentioned that he was second to Juan Marichal in wins from a Dominican-born player. He came into this game with 234 wins.
Been around a long time, and the only way you're around a long time is if you're good. He's been good for a long time.
He's also chasing Dennis Martinez for the most wins by a Latin player.
Dennis from Nicaragua has 245 career wins. Marichal 243, and Cologne came into this game with 234.
Tell you, he's paying a lot of attention to Pillar at second base, and they had a pickoff play on, but Cologne turned his head and delivered the pitch. Jace Peterson, the second baseman, that's him behind second, had snuck in behind Pillar, and Kevin had taken a step or two towards third base, but Cologne turned his head.
Bautista down the left field line. This is going to get down. Up against the wall. Pillar comes around third. He's going to score, and Bautista delivers the one-out RBI double. That Peterson play at second really looms large now.
Yes, it does. That would probably be another run for the Blue Jays. you want to wait as long as you can against Colon. Sometimes you can't wait long enough. That's a changeup. Jose's out in front of it, but he gets enough of it to get it down the line and keep it there for extra bases. He waited long just enough. Kept that weight back, kept the bat back to score the run.
6-3. Morales goes after the first pitch. The RBI for Bautista gives him 18 on the season, but he has now 9 on this homestand. So he's starting to get some big hits. Pilar singled and scored. Drive to left. That's going to hang up for Kemp, and he dives and makes the catch. Ball was slicing. It looked like Kemp was having some problems with the lights.
Was it ever slicing? That's a nice play by Kemp in left field. He's played center field when he was in the National League. That ball slicing away from him, and he made an adjustment right at the end. Ball off the end of the bat. It's going to slice towards the line. And he made that adjustment where he reached across his body to take that hit away. Good play.
2 outs for Justin Smoak. Smoak 1 for 2 with a double. Better fastballs he's thrown tonight at 91, but he lost his location. Lefty Ian Krul starting to loosen up. They have 3 left-handers down in their bullpen. He's one of the 3. The Braves rotation over their last 12 games has a 3-8 record with a 6.12 earned run average. So they're not going to wait a long time on Colon. Good job by Smoak to lay off that pitch.
Wait him out right here. You got first base open, power hitter at the plate. And Smoak. Braves lost a tough one yesterday with R.A. Dickey on the mound. They lost a lead late in that ball game on a 3-run pinch home run.
Strike 1, now 3-1. Just the 5th inning. Blue Jays are down by 3, 6-3 Atlanta. Mike Bolsinger started. He's now out of the game. J.P. Howe came in and got the last out of the 5th. Change up. 79 miles an hour, and Smoak takes ball 4.
Devin Travis heading up to the plate. You can see him right here. They are marking. He's marking his spot. Remember we told you that he was getting a little bit too close to the plate. So he goes up there now before his at-bats, and he marks where the sweet spot of the bat is and puts it right in the middle of the plate, and then works backwards from there, setting his spot in the batter's box. It has worked so far. He's got himself a couple of hits tonight.
That double he hit in the 2nd inning drives in a run. And for Travis, that's his 10th double in his last 15 games.
Starting to hit the ball with a little bit more authority. He is really good at handling that ball away from him. So they're coming in.
Missed his spot. Double barrel right-handers for the Blue Jays. Danny Barnes on the left. Leonel Campos just recalled after being sent out yesterday. He is taking the place of Steve Pearce for the time being. Colon looks like he's getting close to the end of his night. 78 pitches. Travis with that double has taken the major league lead in doubles in the month of May. He's got 9.
That was the pitch right there. He just fouled it back.
We mentioned the ERA of Colon at 7.22 coming in, and the highest ERA for the teams, the Mets, who were supposed to have that great pitching staff. They've suffered a lot of injuries. 6.23, and then the Braves are second, right behind them. That's in all of baseball. Good take by Travis. Full count, 2 outs. Runners will get a big start here. Bautista with an RBI double. He's at second. Smoke walked. He's at first. They'll both be moving on the pitch to Travis. 3-2, 2 outs. Ground ball. Garcia at third. That does it. So Colon gets 5 innings in the book. He's in line for the win as the Braves have a 6-3 lead.
The inside story on the NHL postseason from the exclusive home of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Hockey Central pregame on Sportsnet, presented by Huawei smartphones. Bye.
Great job by those guys on the desk. Got a chance to break it down. Bartolo Colon in line for the win. Looks like he is done for the night. Eddie Perez, the first base coach, longtime Brave.
Yeah, wherever he goes, everybody loves this guy. The Mets still talk about him. They had nicknames for him, the Big Sexy, when he was with New York. He was pitched with Los Angeles, Cleveland, Montreal. The last Montreal player still in the big leagues.
Swanson drives this one to the wall in center field, and he will check in at second with a leadoff double here in the 6th.
The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Get there fast, leave even faster.
Swanson with his second double of the season, his second hit of the night. He's had a productive night, driven in 2, had a sac fly in the 2nd. J.P. Howe will face Ender Inciarte with a runner in scoring position.
Jay's expecting a bunt. He doesn't have to sacrifice here if he feels comfortable about trying to drop a bunt down. Sacrificing all the way. That's going to be a hit.
Well, Coghlan broke for third while Howe came off the mound. J.P. didn't have a shot at it. It was bunted too hard. It was past the pitcher, and Coghlan's got to release and make a play on that and get at least one out. So John Gibbons will make a pitching change here. Watch Coghlan at third.
Yeah, you have got to make a quick decision, and if you don't think the pitcher's going to get it, you have got to take charge and go ahead and make that play. He thought that Howell was going to make it. It gets by him, and it's an infield hit.
Yeah, he's got to protect against not getting an out, come off the bag. At least you're going to get an out at first, and you can concede that base runner moving over. This is Leonel Campos coming in to work. Nobody out. Runners hit the corners. Atlanta with a 6-3 lead. Look, in his fourth game, Campos pitched on Saturday. Came into the ninth inning and did not get an out. He gave up a double and a walk, and then Osuna took over and got out of the inning to ensure the victory. Campos was then sent back to the minors Sunday, and here he is after Pierce was injured. He was called back up to add some depth to their bullpen.
Normally you can, when you get sent back down, you have to stay down for about 10 days unless there is an injury. The injury to Pierce brings him back up here. This is his third stint already this season with the Blue Jays.
Brandon Phillips, the DH this evening, goes after that first pitch, hard slider.
Free swinger. Brandon's looking to drive in runs. He's always been a free swinger. Been a good RBI guy too in his career. Brandon picked up his 900th and 901st RBI of his career this past weekend.
Nobody out, runners at the corners. Ball's bounced in the dirt, and Smoke makes a play on it. Inciarte has speed at first. He has 7 stolen bases in 10 attempts.
I think what the Braves don't want him to do, though, is run into an out. They're coming up with their RBI guys this inning, so you don't want to be running into any outs here.
Freeman is behind Phillips. Foul back.
Campos has a good fastball. Good fastball, a lot of breaking ball, and hard slider. He can get his share of strikeouts. He's going for it right here, going right after him with that slider.
0-2. Got him. Phillips arguing he foul tipped it when he knew he didn't, but he made the plea. 1 out. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Junichi Tozawa gave up that home run. He was in relief of Dan Straley. And it's now 4-1 for Houston.
Did you see what Houston did to the Yankees last night's game?
Freddie Freeman hits it high and deep to center. Pilar looking up at the track. This ball is gone. Freddie Freeman, a 3-run home run to center field, his 13th home run of the season.
Gotta give him 3 more RBIs to answer my question. That's what Houston did to New York last night. They had 3 home runs in the first inning, another one in the second inning. And on cue, Freddie Freeman launches one out of here into center field. 13 home runs now, 23 RBIs for Freeman. Picks on the first pitch he sees. It looked like a center cut fastball, and that ball is launched out of the reach of Pilar.
9-3 Atlanta. Matt Kemp's had a perfect night, 3 for 3. 2 singles, a double. He's scored a pair of runs. Told you that it's middle of the order for the Braves, second only to the Washington Nationals. They are a powerful 3, 4, and 5.
Freeman had a career high 34 home runs last year, and he's looking to top that this year. It's up to 13 already.
Oh, he's a good hitter, and he has been for a while now.
He's also scored a couple of runs tonight.
Kemp, 2-0 pitch, takes it right down the middle. Freeman, Kemp, and Markakis have combined for 5 hits. They've scored 5 runs, and they've driven in 6. That's what you want from your big bats.
Middle of the lineup. You mentioned it at the top, Buck. It's one of the best in baseball in terms of numbers.
Kemp gets another breaking ball, and Bautista is going to play this one off the wall. Matt Kemp headed for second with his 4th hit of the night. His first 4-hit game of the season, and he collects his 2nd double tonight.
He's been on base 4 times. He scored a couple of runs. That's another breaking ball. And he stays back on it. He doubled his last time up on a breaking ball. Slow curve ball. There's another breaking ball down and away, and Kemp can get to it. He's got some power the other way.
Kemp had 3 doubles against the Mets back on April 5th in New York. Part of a 3 for 5 night. Tonight he has 2 singles and 2 doubles. Here's Nick Markakis. He's driven in 3. The Braves have won 2 of their last 3 games over the Marlins. That was on the road. They've won 5 of their last 9 road games after getting off to a terrible start on the road. They just won 2 of their first 11 road games this season, but now they're starting to sort things out. Overall, coming into this game, the Braves have lost 9 of their last 12. Brian Snitker in his first full season as the manager.
There's former Blue Jays hitting coach Kevin Seitzer. Liking what he's seeing from his hitters tonight. Seitzer done a good job with this guys, teaching him to go the other way. Freddie Freeman is hitting the ball with more authority the other way. Matt Kemp, you just saw what he can do hitting the ball the other way.
Markakis hits it in the air to left. Herrera backs up. He makes the catch. Kemp will stay put at second. Campos, the 3rd Blue Jays pitcher to work tonight. Mike Bolsinger started. He throws 95 pitches over 4 2/3. He walked 2. He also hit 3 batters, and that compounded the situation. J.P. Howe followed him into the game.
Each time he hit somebody, it led to some runs for the Braves.
Tyler Flowers, the catcher, 1 for 2 with a walk. The Braves catchers have gotten off to a good start this season. Tyler Flowers and Kurt Suzuki are splitting the time behind the plate. They came into this game combined to hit .289.
Pretty good on base percentage too from those two guys.
Over .400. A couple of veterans adding some stability to this Braves team behind the plate.
That's why they have them hitting where they do. Hitting 6, that's an RBI spot.
So Flowers has 13 RBIs. Suzuki has done a nice job as well, and he has had a long career. Suzuki has played 7 years with Oakland, 3 years with Minnesota, and the last 2 seasons with Washington, now in his first year with Atlanta.
Flowers has that average up to 357.
Suzuki has 10 RBIs. Check that, he's got 8 RBIs, and Flowers has 13.
Tomorrow's pitcher, Jaime Garcia. I wonder if these two are going to be working together tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's probably what they're talking about. Some of the Blue Jays lineup, what they're doing, what has worked tonight. Flowers got hit by a pitch. It's the 4th Braves batter that's been hit by a pitch tonight. So he'll go to first. 2 outs. The Blue Jays, they kind of made a soft announcement, if you will, talking about the return of Troy Tulowitzki. They say possibly by Wednesday when the Blue Jays take the Braves on in Atlanta, and Donaldson maybe at some point over the weekend when the club is in Baltimore. So that's some good news to get some of these injured players back. Russell Martin has been doing more and more activities. Today he was out running the bases with George Poulos.
He looked good too.
Yeah, he looked like he was feeling pretty good.
Tulo got his game rained out on Saturday. We were talking about that the other day. He was down in Florida. He was supposed to play in the game, and there was some rain. They didn't want to chance it, so they had a sim game for him. Going to play today, tomorrow. Good chance we could see him in Atlanta for either Wednesday's game or Thursday's game.
Tulowitzki hasn't played since the 21st of April. Donaldson hasn't played since the 13th of April. Adonis Garcia, the 3rd baseman, has been on base 3 times. He scored 2 runs, has a stolen base and an RBI. Little flare into right. Travis out. That's going to drop for a base hit. Kemp comes in to score. Flowers goes to 3rd.
Braves are finding the holes tonight. It's the 3rd time that Garcia's been on base tonight. He had an RBI his last time. He got beat with that fastball, and he just gets it out of the reach of Travis for his second hit. He's also been on base on a hit by pitch and a fielder's choice, if you want to count that. So he'd be on base 4 times.
Jace Peterson, he got hit by a pitch back in the 4th. (10-3) Atlanta. The Blue Jays had outscored Seattle 21-6 in sweeping the 4-game series. The first time the Blue Jays have ever had a 4-game sweep over Seattle. But Atlanta loosey-goosey, having won just 13 games, and they come here swinging the bats.
Those are always the most dangerous type of teams, aren't they? The ones that are loosey-goosey, as you say, really nothing to lose. They got some good hitters on this team. Hasn't come around for them yet this year.
Strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Peterson called out on the strike, but the Braves send 9 men to the plate in the 6th and score 4 more runs. Freeman with his 13th home run, a 3-run homer. This is Ian Kroll making his 15th appearance, taking over for the veteran Bartolo Colon, who goes 5 innings here tonight.
Yeah, so he is in line for the W. It's up to the bullpen now. Ian Kroll has spent some time with the A's, the National, the Tigers, second season with the Braves. Last year he set career highs in appearances with 63, wins 2, and he also had 10 holds for Atlanta. One of 3 left-handers that they're going to have on their roster in this series. Kroll spent some time with the Tigers. They got him from the Tigers for Cameron Maybin.
Brian Goins 0 for 2. Troy Tulowitzki played shortstop tonight in Dunedin. They played the Charlotte Stone Crabs. Tulowitzki hit second, went 1 for 3. Had an RBI and a run scored. So he got some reps down there in the Florida State League.
I asked Gibby about him. I said, when will he come back? He said, as soon as he plays a couple of games and he can go out there and run and not feel anything.
The last thing you want to do at this point of the season, I mean, it's after all, it's the 15th of May. You don't want to roll the dice and bring him back before he's ready and risk the possibility of re-injuring himself.
And when you bring him back, you want to just plug him right into the lineup. Make sure his timing is good at the plate and in the field, and he's healthy.
Goins strikes out, one away.
Ullman recorded his first major league hit earlier tonight, an RBI single off Bartolo Colon. But at 6'5", 240 pounds, Ullman provides a big target for his pitchers. I asked Ullman how a big-bodied guy can be more effective in his role. Ullman told me that at his size, it's important to be flexible. He needs to do a lot of stretching, making sure he can get low, just like the smaller guys, he told me. Give a low target, and you can steal some strikes from that position. But
it is very difficult as a 6'5" catcher to be able to really move around, but he does a nice job. Hits this one right to the third baseman, Garcia. A high throw, and Ullman is retired.
3 times Freddie Freeman's had to come off the base to save his infielders a wild throw. He creates a great target over there at first base. He's about 6'5", and he's got long arms, and he's a good defender. Saying, guys, make things a little bit easier on me, please, tonight.
Yeah, he's been busy. He's had a couple of tough chances over there. Freeman's a 2-time All-Star. And he's been hot. Came in swinging a hot bat, and he connected for a 3-run homer. Chris Coghlan facing the lefty. If you wonder why the Blue Jays aren't pinch hitting, they only have 2 extra players on the bench. Backup catcher Luke Maile backing up tonight, and Darwin Barney. Inside 3-0 to Coghlan. Ball 4. A 2-out walk to the number 9 hitter.
Hit a home run with any project this season. Home Hardware, proud sponsor of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Little shot of Rogers Center tucked in behind all those beautiful buildings here just off the lake shore. 2 outs back to the top of the order. Kevin Pillar, he's got a single and scored a run.
He's had 4 at-bats already tonight. Blue Jays have 7 hits and just 3 runs.
One of the few wild swings we've seen from Pillar lately.
He was guessing fastball right there after that walk to the number 9 hitter. He was guessing that Kroll was going to challenge him with a fastball right here, and he was going to jump all over it.
Strike 2. This is the 41st time the Blue Jays and the Braves have played during interleague play, and they are dead even, 20-20 in their first 40 games. Of course, the Blue Jays won the big one that counted in '92, the World Series. They won that series 4-2, clinching it down in Atlanta.
That was 2 ballparks ago. Wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Fulton County Stadium.
Sight of the Dave Winfield double down the left field line. That was the eventual game winner.
Look out. Yeah, I can still see that from the first base dugout. The camera shot Big Dave taking that pitch and driving it past the third baseman.
fooled just a little bit, but he still kept it fair down the left field line. Devon White scored. And then Mike Timlin finishing it off.
One and two, 2 outs. The Rays have scored another run in Cleveland in the middle of the 8th. It's 7-6 Cleveland. The Astros have a 6-1 lead over the Marlins. The Marlins have out-hit Houston 9-6. Everything else a little later on. Pilar hits this one to right. Markakis to his right makes the catch. That'll end the inning. We will go to the 7th. It's all Atlanta. 10 runs on 13 hits.
Best dressed hot dog photo to Twitter or Instagram, along with @Schneiders, @Blue Jays, and the hashtag #BlueJaysVIP contest for a chance to win one of 15 Blue Jays VIP experiences. Visit BlueJays.com/Schneiders contest for contest details and rules. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. We are in the 7th inning. Dansby Swanson has had a nice night. He is 2 for 2. He's had a sac fly. He's driven in a couple, and he has a double. They have high expectations for Dansby Swanson.
Just 23 years old. High pick, #1 pick in the draft just a couple of seasons ago. There's going to be a period where there's going to be some adjustment that has to come. He's too talented of a player to hit like this. He's just learning how to hit at the big league level. He's surrounded by veterans, though, that's going to help him, and I guarantee you by the end of the year he'll hit 250.
Here he strikes out. 1 out. Top of the 7th.
Told you that Campos has a pretty decent breaking ball when he can locate it, and he locates this one in a good spot to pick up the strikeout. That's his 3rd tonight.
Well, he's going to be asked to give the Blue Jays some innings here as they trail by 7.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take it for the team, don't you? Some of these innings. And the shorter the innings are, the longer he can go. This next pitch will be his 30th of the night.
Fly ball to center. Pilar waits on it. Inciarte is retired. 2 away. Mike Bolsinger started. He went 4 2/3, charged with 6 runs on 8 hits, just 5 earned runs. Walked a couple, struck out 3, and hit 3 batters. J.P. Howe, he had a tough night. He was charged with 2 runs on 2 hits in just a third of an inning. He came in and got out of the 5th inning. Brandon Phillips, the DH, goes after the first pitch. Travis into the outfield, makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down. When we come back, Ezequiel Carrera, the left fielder, will lead things off. Jose Bautista's 2 for 3 with an RBI, and Kendrys Morales.
At mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all season long with Game Day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat today. It's your #1 app for live baseball.
Blue Jays got some work to do. They trail by 7. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the Blue Jays lineup. Ezequiel Carrera will start things off against Ian Kroll. Bartolo Colon started. He went 5 innings, charged with 3 runs, 2 earned runs on 7 hits. There's a drive to center. Inciarte's got good speed. He runs it down 108.
Ian Kroll is asked to give him a couple of innings now tonight. His best pitch is a plain curveball that he can really spin. His second best pitch is a slider. He's got a decent arm. And you got a lefty that throws 93 like he does and spin a good breaking ball. You're going to pitch a long time in the big leagues. Told you last year, 63 appearances for the Braves. He only threw 51 innings in those 63 appearances. He had 56 strikeouts.
Yeah, in this era of specialist pitchers, he's a guy that can hang around and pitch a long time. He's in his 5th major league season. 2nd year in Atlanta. He spent 2 years in Detroit, a year in Washington. Came up to the Nationals in 2013. Jose Bautista 2 for 3 with an RBI double in the 5th. Markakis in right, backing up just short of the warning track. 2 away. Kendrys Morales, a DH, has gone over 3 to this point. Blue Jays looked like they were going to get right back into the game in the 5th inning. Kevin Pillar started with a single, and then Ezequiel Carrera made a bid for a base hit, was denied by the second baseman, Jace Peterson, who made a nice play first out of the inning. And Bautista doubled.
That could have set the whole inning up, that play by Peterson. Then Bautista doubled, and then Morales was robbed of a hit by Matt Kemp in left field. At that time, it was 6-2. Blue Jays were threatening. They ended up scoring a run to make it 6-3.
Ball 3. R.A. Dickey pitched yesterday for the Braves. They brought in Dickey and Colon to give them some veteran presence in the rotation, so they wouldn't have to rush some of their younger pitchers. And Morales takes ball 4, another 2-out walk. Worrell did the same thing in the 6th.
Fell behind Coghlan 3-0 before he walked Jim. Morales just 4 straight wide ones for another walk. That is Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach, on the phone to the bullpen, trying to coax 2 innings out of Ian Kroll.
Justin Smoke, he's been swinging the hot bat from this side of the plate. Smokey yesterday hit a 2-run home run in the 6th inning of James Pazos, hard-throwing left-hander.
That looked like it was going to be a double into the gap, but it just kept carrying and carrying. He created a lot of backspin on that ball, so when it got into the outfield, there was another gear to it. It took off, just cleared the wall in left field.
I told Justin today, I said, man, hit him a little higher next time. I'll have a better idea whether it's going to go out. He said, all I was thinking about, don't get thrown out at second.
Yeah, he thought it was going to be a double too, huh?
Jason Mott appears to be ready, standing by in the Braves bullpen.
Well, we were just talking about it, so we're going to show it to you. Connects on this pitch from Pazos. It's a line drive, and look at that thing just carry. Just take off when it got into the outfield. Smoke enjoyed what he saw right there. He could break it down for his 7th home run. This time he's going to walk.
He takes ball 4, back-to-back 2-out walks, and that's going to do it. Brian Snitker, the manager, see he got a little bit of a limp. He's dealing with a bad Achilles tendon, and he's trying to stay off of that thing as much as possible. He's wearing a walking boot prior to the game, so he has to make a pitching change here with 2 outs in the 7th. The right-hander Jason Mott will come into the game to face Devin Travis with 2 on. Authority of Rogers Blue Jays baseball partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays baseball partnership. Bottom of the 7th inning. It's been all Atlanta here tonight. That's quite a group of pals right there. Blue Jay fans coming out trying to coax the home team to get back in this game. Jason Motte making his 8th appearance of the season.
Now in his 9th year in the big leagues, Motte has that big fastball that we have seen for a long time. He has spent some time with the Cardinals, a little bit with the Cubs, signed a 2-year contract with Colorado last year. Signed by the Braves to a minor league contract just in April the 9th. And here he is.
Up and in on Travis, ball and a strike. Motte was the Cardinals closer and had 42 save season in 2012, and then he was injured, missed the entire 13th season.
Missed some time last year with a shoulder strain.
Base hit for Travis. Morales is around third. He's going to score. Devin Travis has another double. 3-hit game for Travis. He drives in his 2nd run of the ball game. Well, when he hits that ball down the right field line, he is dangerous.
He can handle that ball away from him. That's the beauty of his swing. He's got great plate coverage. Even when you try and throw a slider down and away to him, he can reach it. That's where Motte goes, down and away. He can reach there. Freeman is playing him off the bag, and he gets burned. As Travis picks up another double, another RBI.
3-hit night has Travis hitting 197, getting closer to that Mendoza line. Ryan Goins.
All of this, 2 outs, nobody on. A couple of fly balls to start the 7th inning.
Goins goes after the first pitch and hits it to Peterson. The Blue Jays get another run, but they strand a pair. We've played 7 innings. Atlanta has a 10-4 lead. Official vehicle of the Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
This is Freddie Freeman's 7th year in the big leagues. He has 150 home runs until this swing. Deep to center field with a couple of runners on board. That's home run number 151 in his career. He's just getting started. His 13th home run of the season, and tonight's drive of the game from Freddie Freeman.
Speaking of 150 home runs, how about Mike Trout? He has 150 home runs and now has 150 stolen bases to become the youngest to accomplish both of those numbers. 25 years old. Wow. 25 years old, 150 home runs, 150 stolen bases. He's the youngest to accomplish that. Alex Rodriguez had the record. Rodriguez was 26 in 2001 when he reached those plateaus.
The home run in that first inning, 179th of his career already. He's only 25 years old.
Yeah. He's an all-timer.
Yeah, every time we talk about Mike Trout, every time he does something special, and he's been doing it a long time, he's breaking records of some of the greats in Major League history. I mean, his name is in the same with Ty Cobbs and the Joe DiMaggios and the Mickey Mantles.
Freeman strikes out. That's one out here in the top half of the eighth. Campos gave up the 3-run home run to Freeman in the sixth, the second batter he faced, and this time he strikes him out. Marcus Stroman will start the final game of this 4-game series on Thursday in Atlanta. And with that, Marcus will hit, playing it in a National League ballpark, and he's been hitting and bunting, getting his swings in.
He's having a lot of fun the last couple of days with that bat in his hand, hasn't he?
Joe Biagini, he too will bat in that interleague game, and he was out bunting, and he actually looked pretty good bunting the ball. He was running the bases a little earlier today just to get acclimated to that. Matt Kemp, 4-hit night, 2 doubles, 2 singles, his first 4-hit night of the season.
Don't throw him a breaking ball for a strike. That's what he has hit tonight against the Blue Jays. Some breaking balls in the strike zone.
You see, veteran hitters like Kemp, they really learn how to hit the breaking ball, and unless you have a strike to ball breaking ball with 2 strikes, you better not throw it over, because they are looking for that breaking ball. It becomes an easy pitch for them to hit.
Especially with 2 strikes. Good hitters look for certain pitches and certain counts and situations. He's hit a couple of breaking balls tonight. You know, they're still trying to drop it in there, and hasn't been able to finish it off.
Matt Kemp has had 1 5-hit game. That was back in August of 2010 against the Padres. He went 5 for 5 with a double and a home run. It's the only 5-hit game of his career. He is 4 for 4 so far. He'll take ball 4. Kemp's been on base all 5 times he's come to the plate. Well, John Gibbons has made his way out of the Blue Jays dugout. Leonel Campos came into the ball game in relief of J.P. Howell in the 6th. So now with Markakis, a left-handed batter, Campos will give way to Aaron Loup, the lefty coming out of the pen. We're in the 8th. Atlanta has a 10-4 lead.
baseball bat from Russell Martin or going for dinner with Kevin Pillar. How about a VIP experience at Rogers Center? Rogers wants you to submit your baseball dream at rogerscelebrates.com, and your dream could come true.
Thank you very much, Hazel. That's a great idea. And certainly a lot of people want to have something related to baseball as part of their adventure. This is Aaron Loup facing Nick Markakis. Misses with that breaking ball outside.
Yeah, he would have that sweeping breaking ball as Markakis stands in there. Markakis has always been able to handle left-handed pitches. He's hitting over 300 against lefties this year. But Aaron had that sweeping curveball. Just thinking more of trying to get more of a slider as another batter gets hit by the Braves. By my count, Buck, that's five.
Yeah.
Batters hit tonight.
Bolsinger hit 3. Campos hit Flowers. And now Loup hits Markakis. And obviously, none of them intentional, but they hurt all the same.
Yeah. Just got underneath that fastball. They were trying to go inside. Fastball inside against Markakis. He just got underneath it and it got away from him.
First time in franchise history the Blue Jays pitchers have ever hit 5 batters in the same game. Back out of play. First and second, 1 out. Kemp's been on base 5 times. Markakis has been on base 3 times. Freddie Freeman reached base twice.
The guy standing at the plate's been on base 3 times. You talked about the middle of the lineup, the Braves getting it done tonight.
Flowers strikes out, 2 away.
Aaron's got that fastball. Going to get upstairs with that one. He likes to bury that thing in on the righties.
Foul ball. Just squibbed off the end of the bat. Adonis Garcia, he's had a busy night. He got hit by a pitch, one of those 5 batters hit by a pitch, reached on a fielder's choice and singled twice. He has scored a run, stole a base, and driven in 2. Atlanta 10 runs on 13 hits. Blue Jays 4 runs on 8 hits. Only home run in the game off the bat of Freddie Freeman in the 6th 3-run home run. 0-2. Strikes him out. So Luke comes in and hits a batter and strikes out 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's all Atlanta. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell with Greg Zahn from the Samsung Broadcast Studio.
Center are the official team shops for your Toronto Blue Jays. Authentic alternate red cap and jersey now available. Get yours today at select Jays Shop locations at jayshop.ca or by calling 1-877-JAYS Shop to the home half of the 8th, Buck and Pat.
Thank you very much, Hazel May, and we do make it to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be the catcher Mike Olman and Chris Conklin and Kevin Pillar. Jason Mott gave up an RBI double to Devin Travis and got Ryan Goins to end the inning. Hard slider. 0-2.
Trying to get a grip on that baseball, isn't he? Trying to find something where he can rub into that baseball to get a good grip. Especially if you're going to go high fastball.
See Mott's reaction after he threw that?
Yeah.
The Braves have been hit 5 times, and I don't think he wants to retaliate by any means, and that one got away from him, and he kind of reacted like, oh, don't hit him. And it really wouldn't look good in this game. I mean,
No.
all 5 of them were obviously unintentional in my mind. And I think Mott thought the same thing with his reaction after he threw that ball up and into Olman.
Yeah, and you don't want to start anything. You got 3 more games after this one here. I told you he's been struggling to find a grip on that baseball.
Mike Olman got his first big league hit back in the 4th inning. It came in his 5th at bat, an RBI single to center. This is just his 2nd big league game. He's called out on strikes. The fastball finds the outside corner.
Told you that Jason Mott's always had that big arm. 42 saves for the Cardinals. Back in 2012, that led the National League. That season, he had 86 strikeouts in 72 innings. That was a well-placed fastball right there to pick up the strikeout.
1 out. Chris Conklin 0-for-2 with a walk. The Tampa Bay Rays, who are in Cleveland, they lost to the Indians 8-7 earlier this evening. But that's not the most interesting part of that ball game. Conklin hits it on the ground. Freeman will flip it to Mott, 2 away. Kevin Cash, the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, formerly a bullpen coach for Terry Francona in Cleveland. And Francona has been giving Kevin Cash a hard time for the last several seasons. But today he might have outdone himself. On the big video board at Progressive Field during batting practice, there's a picture of Kevin Cash posted up on the video board with his Boston Red Sox uniform, and the statement says, how bad is Kevin Cash at the plate? Cash's career batting stats: 183, 248, 278. In the history of Major League Baseball, among all non-pitchers with at least 650 at-bats, Kevin Cash is the 5th worst.
Thank you, my best friend.
Right. They are really close friends, and Terry Francona did everything he could to help Kevin Cash become the manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, and they even prepped him for his interview. But that is awesome.
And nailed it. If you don't know Terry Francona, he has got a great sense of humor. So I'm sure he went to everybody in the front office and said, hey, I want you to do me a favor. When Tampa Bay comes out for batting practice, I want you to put this up on the big Jumbotron.
It was all the way across the Jumbotron, and it is huge, so you've got to check it out. Kevin Pillar 1 for 4. He was robbed of a base hit in the third on a nice play by Andy Swanson. Terry Pendleton, former National League MVP, is the bench coach for Brian Snitker. Pillar hits it on the ground and Swanson boots it. Got a little bit ahead of himself. That's the second error he has committed here tonight. He has 7 for the season as Pillar reaches.
Just a little bit too quick. He's going to learn over time that the game, you can just slow things down just a little bit. You don't have to rush it. If you do everything correctly, catch the ball and you work on your footwork and you work on your release and everything like that, the game takes care of itself. Well, that time just got a little bit too quick and will be charged with his second error of the night. He's got a great teacher over there in Ron Washington who's taught a lot of players and coached them into Gold Gloves.
That ball goes all the way back to the backstop as Mott threw it right past the catcher. Tyler Flowers just kind of whiffed on it. Not sure what happened there.
But there's no question he's going to be a great player, I think, for years and years for the Atlanta Braves at shortstop. Just takes a little time to slow the game down.
There's Wash, terrific coach, longtime manager, now the third base coach of the Atlanta Braves. Pass ball was charged to Flowers and Carrera was his hands in. Ezequiel Carrera is 0 for 3. Upstairs 3-0. There's a strike. Three and one now, 2 outs. Now it's 3-2. Pillar reached on an air, moved to second on the pass ball. That's going to hang up for Markakis. And that'll do it. The Blue Jays are done. The bottom of the 8th will go to the 9th. Atlanta with a 10-4 lead.
Sportsnet. Tomorrow, Boston Red Sox and the St. Louis Cardinals live from Busch Stadium. Tuesday, May 16th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific Time on Sportsnet 1 and Sportsnet Now.
Thank you very much, Hazel. We have reached the 9th inning. This is Jason Grilli making his 16th appearance of the season. Been a rough start to his season. He is going to pitch against his former team. In fact, the last time these two teams met, 2015, Jason Grilli had 2 saves against the Blue Jays for the Atlanta Braves.
He last worked 2 days ago in that Marcus Stroman start when Marcus threw 6 innings. Jason came out of the bullpen, was only able to retire 1 batter, gave up a couple of hits. The rest of the bullpen threw up zeros that night. Jays won that game 7-2 against the Mariners.
Jace Peterson started at second base tonight. He's 0 for 3, and he also has been hit by a pitch.
Hated these kind of nights. If you're a hitter and you don't have anybody a hit and everybody else has a hit, seems like you come up every other inning and you're just begging for one. Give me 1 hit tonight.
Then you go in the locker room after the game and somebody hollers out, "Way to go, everybody but Martinez."
But you. Jace and Brandon Phillips, the only ones without a hit in the lineup tonight for the Braves.
And Brandon Phillips knows he's going to play tomorrow. 3-1 count. Now it's full. Dansby Swanson's had a very eventful game. A couple of hits, a sac fly, 2 RBIs, 2 errors, and he scored a run. A little bit of everything, the good and the bad.
Yep. And that's what you're going to get with young players until they settle in. You get some inconsistencies.
Ground ball, big hop for Goins. The Blue Jays have really improved their fortunes on this homestand. If this score holds up, they'll be 6-2 on the homestand with the finale tomorrow afternoon. They've improved their runs per game coming into this game, averaging 4.7 runs per game. They've hit 10 home runs and 13 doubles. And then they had a big night tonight again. Some more doubles. Bautista hit a double, Smoke hit a double, and Travis hit 2.
They've also left 10 runners on base tonight. 8 hits. Just haven't hit a home run. That's been a big part of what they've done, like you mentioned, on this homestand, and some home runs late too that have helped them win some of these games.
Coming into this game tonight, 21 home runs over their past 13 games. Big game for Matt Kemp. Reached base 5 times with his first 4-hit game of the season. I guess he was a little bit upset he had his hit streak come to an end. That was yesterday. Ball is hit to right. Bautista is there. Swanson's retired. 2 up, 2 down for Grilli here in the 9th.
Well, the only thing you can do when your hitting streak stops is start a new one, right? Unfortunately for the Jays, you got 4 in the one game. He's a good player.
Leadoff man Ender Inciarte. He has 1 hit. He had a single in the 6th. That was a bunt. And this one breaks his bat. Conklin across the diamond. Mason Grilly 3 up, 3 down in the top of the ninth. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Bautista Morales in smoke for the Blue Jays.
Net. Presented by the rugged Honda Pioneer Off-Road family. Your adventure begins here.
Bottom of the ninth inning here at Rogers Center. The Atlanta Braves, they came out swinging the bats. 2 runs in the first, 2 more in the second, and a big 4-run 6th inning that has propelled them to a 10-4 lead. New pitcher Josh Colmenter into the game for the ninth.
Third reliever of the night for the Atlanta Braves. Josh Colmenter's been in 8 games this year. He's 0-1 with a .554 earned run average. He was originally a Diamondback draft pick back in 2007. Got a great feel for pitching and throws a lot of strikes. Comes right over the top. Tough to pick up that baseball.
There's that overhand curveball and missed with the first pitch to Bautista. Jose, another 2-hit game. He's reached base twice. He's 2 for 4. Had an RBI double in the 5th. Jose has not had a 3-hit game this season. Tough pitch is all on the outside corner.
Yeah, that's where they're going to pitch him. He can cut the baseball, stay away from it. Jose's single was to right field. That was in the 3rd inning.
Fly ball down the left side. That ball is going to land safely on the warning track and bounce out of play. Two hits tonight for Bautista, the 7th 2-hit game of the season.
Colmenter's got that slow overhand curveball.
Ground ball. There's his first 3-hit game of the year. Bautista 3 for 5. He's had a good homestand.
He elects to go with the cutter. Jose hit it through the shift on the left side. Right over the top. That ball cutting away from him, but he can wear it up and get enough of it right back through the middle. There's the shift. And he finds a hole.
Bautista 3 for 5 on the night. Kendrys Morales, he's 0 for 3 with a walk. to left. Kemp, Scott Broom. There, makes the catch. One away. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Sportsnet Central. Here's Carly Agro and Ken Reeves. Thank you very much, Carly. That's all coming up right after this game, so make sure you stay tuned to that. Check everything out. Plus, they'll have highlights and all the coverage from around baseball. Justin Smoak's been on base 3 times. He's 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. Drive deep to right. This one's going to go out of the ballpark. Number 8 for Smoak. A 2-run home run here in the ninth.
And there's another home run late in the ball game for the Blue Jays. They've been hitting a lot of home runs from the 7th inning on. This one gets the Blue Jays a little bit closer. His 8th home run of the season. Looked like an off-speed pitch. And Smoak's been hitting those off-speed pitches with regularity this season, staying back, recognizing it. He's got plenty of power.
22nd home run for the Blue Jays in this month of May. Home run number 8 for Smoak. He now has 25 RBIs, and he continues to lead the Blue Jays.
Off-speed pitch, about 76-mile-an-hour changeup. Smoak stayed back on that ball, generated a lot of that power with that swing. Recognizes it, gets all of
it. Devin Travis has had a 3-hit game.
Stay hot. Middle of the lineup like that. He's hitting them left-handed. He's hitting them right-handed. 2 more RBIs. That gives him 25. He was on base 4 times tonight.
Devin hits one high and deep down the left side, but that is well fouled. Devin has had his first 3-hit game of the season. His 7th multi-hit game. He is inching closer to that 200 batting average.
Hit one right here. Base hit might do it. Get him up over 200.
He is called out on strikes. 2 away. Ryan Goins has taken the collar tonight. He is 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Blue Jays with 10 hits. Overhand curveball for strike 2. These two teams will play game 2 tomorrow. Pre-game show will start at 3:30. Marco Estrada will go to the mound for the Blue Jays. Jaime Garcia for the Braves. It all begins at 3:30. That's the pre-game show. Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn will have that for you. We'll follow that just after 4.
Yeah, note that time, 4 o'clock. And then the Blue Jays jump on a plane and head down to Atlanta. Play the Braves in a couple of games in their new ballpark, Wednesday night and Thursday night.
Owens protects that outside corner. Strike 3 called, and that'll do it. Atlanta wins the first game of this home-and-home series, 10-6. Big night for the hitters, the middle of the order, doing most of the damage.
Yes, they did on both of these teams. But for the Atlanta Braves, they put it all together offensively with 13 hits, 10 runs. And Bartolo Colon throws 5 innings and gets the win, his 235th of his career.
Second win of the season for Cologne. Mike Bolsinger takes the loss. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Here's Sportsnet Central. Carly Agro and Ken Reed.